Krishna Chaitanya Bhaja Prabhu Nityananda Bhaja Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Radha Madhava Punya Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Punya Bihari Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Maharaj. Welcome, Maharaj. Thank you so much for agreeing to give this class, Maharaj. So before we start the class, we would like to humbly offer the deities garlands, which is going to be offered by Siva Chaitanya Prabhu. Hare Krishna Maharaj. This is
thank you so much. Beautiful
and then
garland.
the Purna Kumbha.
Oh, Hare Krishna.
And some garland and the Deepa Maharaj. Yeah, next Maharaj, we will take you and show you the darshan of the deities, Maharaj.
Okay. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Nakarmana prajaya dane natyage naike amritatvamanashuh pare nanakam nihitam guhayam viprajate yadyatayo vishanti vedanta vijnana sunishchitartha sannyasa yoga yataya shuddha sattva te brahmaloke tu parantrakale paramrita parimucyanti sarve dagram vipapam parameshvabhutai yat pundarikam puramadhya sagrastam tatrapi dagram gaganam rishokastasmin yadantastadupasitavyam yo vedado swara vedante cha pratishtitah tasya prakritilinasya yah parassa maheshwarah om shanti shanti shanti.
So thank you, Maharaj. We would like to humbly invite you to deliver today's lecture, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giridharadhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giridharadhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamunathira Vanachari Yamunathira Vanachari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chaksurunmilitan yena tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Kauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhayevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasati Gaur Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So on this very auspicious day, which is the appearance day of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, we would like to speak some words in glorification of our founder Acharya. Of course, today is also Nanda Mahotsav. It's a feast for Nanda Maharaj, who has been blessed with the birth of Lord Krishna. So it's another aspect of the mercy of Srila Prabhupada that he appears the day after Janmashtami. Last night we were celebrating Janmashtami, and today, well, last night we celebrated the appearance day of Lord Krishna, and today we're celebrating the appearance day of His Divine Grace, Abhay Charan Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is, of course, very dear to Lord Krishna. Now, why? Why is Srila Prabhupada so dear to Lord Krishna? This is what we want to discuss this morning. Srila Prabhupada is very dear to Lord Krishna because he has taken shelter at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. He had taken shelter at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna since his very birth. Srila Prabhupada was blessed to be born in a Vaishnava family. His father was a great devotee of Krishna. And Prabhupada told us different things about him. Prabhupada told us how his father never wanted him to become a worldly person. Prabhupada explained, he said, when he was a young man, there was some talk that Srila Prabhupada should go to the West and he should get his education in the West and maybe become a lawyer like that. But Srila Prabhupada's father would not allow it. He said, I don't want my son to become a worldly person. And it was Srila Prabhupada's father who arranged for our Srila Prabhupada's education in the Vaishnava culture. Things like playing the mridanga. Srila Prabhupada, as a young child, he learned to play the mridanga. And then, of course, he was also very expert in playing harmonium. Srila Prabhupada tells us, he said, when he was a young man playing the harmonium, he said some girls wanted to marry him simply because of his harmonium playing. So another aspect of Prabhupada's father was he would always ask the guests who came to their home to bless his son, that he would be a devotee of Srimati Radharani. So, also Prabhupada also said he always remembers his father, how every day his father would come home and he would worship the deities. He would see his father bowing down and doing the puja of the deities. And then it was also his father who arranged for Srila Prabhupada as a young child to do Rath Yatra, to hold his own Rath Yatra and to have a festival with the other local children. So it was Srila Prabhupada's good fortune that he was born in such a devoted family with a wonderful father who was a pure devotee. Prabhupada describes as he was a pure devotee. One of the incidents which happened, Prabhupada related when he was a child, he was very sick one time with fever. And the doctor came and the doctor said, "You have to give this boy chicken soup." And so mother and father were both shocked because they said, "We're vegetarian. Our whole life we have never taken chicken." The doctor told them, "If you don't give him chicken soup, he will die." So they were very worried what to do. And so somehow they made arrangements to prepare some chicken soup. But when they tried to feed it to Abai, Srila Prabhupada, he vomited. And so that was the end of that. They never tried anymore. So these were some interesting anecdotes from Srila Prabhupada's childhood, his life with his father. And Prabhupada explains later on, when he met his own spiritual master, he said, his own spiritual master, Om Vishnupad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, that everything which he learned from Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was already taught to him by his own father. His seminal father had already taught him all of the arts, except for one thing. The one thing which he learned from his spiritual father was the publication and printing of books. And that became a major part of Srila Prabhupada's life later on. Srila Prabhupada told us he had very little association with his own spiritual master. He met him, he said, 4 or 5 times. They had met in 1922, that was at Ottadanga. And at that time, the very brief meeting, Srila Prabhupada understood the potency and the purity of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati had challenged him that, "You're a nice young man. Why don't you preach the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to the world?" So at that time, Srila Prabhupada responded that our country is not free, because Srila Prabhupada at that time was dressed in white khadi, and he was a follower of Mahatma Gandhi. So he said, our country is not free. We're still under the British rule. When we get freedom for our country, then we can preach the message of Lord Chaitanya. But Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada did not accept. He said, no, the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is so important. It cannot wait for some political adjustment. And in this way, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati smashed the argument, whatever arguments our own Srila Prabhupada could give. And Srila Prabhupada admits, I was defeated and I understood this is a real, genuine sadhu. And later on, well, Srila Prabhupada explains at that time he was a young man, recently married with a child. He could not think very much about taking up Krishna consciousness. However, after some time, Srila Prabhupada had moved. This was in Ottadanga in Calcutta, they first met, 1922. Then he had moved to Allahabad. Srila Prabhupada had moved to Allahabad, what place which is now called Prayagraj. And he'd opened a business there, Prayag Pharmacy, chemical business. And he met the Gaudiya Math. The Gaudiya Math people came there and they told him about what they were doing. They were trying to open a center there. So he helped them, and he also started to visit their center. And at some point then, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada came there, and Srila Prabhupada was introduced to him. and he was initiated by him. So that was 1933. Srila Prabhupada received his initiation. And Srila Prabhupada received both initiations at the same time. Srila Prabhupada explains, he said his whole life he'd been following the principles. He'd never even tasted tea. He said, although many of his friends were very sinful and had so many bad habits, he himself had never even tasted tea. So it was not surprising that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada agreed to give him both initiations. Usually we see we have first initiation, and then take some time and see how the people do, and then after some years they may get second initiation. The second initiation meaning the Brahmin thread and the chanting of Gayatri. But Srila Prabhupada, being well educated, he not only knew English, he was also Sanskrit. He also knew Sanskrit. So this was quite special even in the Gaudiya Math. There were not too many people who knew these kind of languages. So Srila Prabhupada was a very special devotee coming into the Gaudiya Math, knowing English, knowing Sanskrit, and playing the Madanga, all of these different things. And so it made him quite well known within the Gaudiya Math. But not everyone liked that. Some people would be jealous, and some people would be envious. And so some difficulties were there. And anyway, Prabhupada was doing his business. He had a family to take care of. Young children, there were 3 boys, 2 girls, 5 children, big family. And then the business also had difficulties, and Prabhupada often had to travel. But he would help. He would help the Gaudiya Math. He would do service. He would help them to raise funds. So his service was always appreciated. At one point, they had met with Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. This was in Mumbai. The devotees from Gaudiya Math were opening a branch in Mumbai. And our Srila Prabhupada had gone there to help them to raise funds. He knew some business people there, and he helped them to get some donations. So there was some suggestion that our Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada should be the temple president there in Mumbai. But Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati said, no. He said, leave him. In the future, he will do everything. So he did not want to disturb Srila Prabhupada from his family life. He thought better, let him finish his duties in family life, and then we hope that he will go on. And of course it happened like that. That Srila Prabhupada's spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, left the world in 1936. So he had not been well, and our Srila Prabhupada took the opportunity to write to his spiritual master. And he said to him that, I'm in the family life, I am a grihastha, I don't know how I can help your mission very much. So Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati wrote back to him and told him that you are very good in English, so you can use the English. English is like an international language. You can use your English to preach to the world. That will be very good for you and for those who hear you. Srila Prabhupada therefore took this instruction very seriously. And in 1944, Srila Prabhupada began his Back to Godhead English magazine. He was printing it from 1944. At this time he had moved to 1944, he must have been maybe in Delhi or maybe still in Calcutta, back to Calcutta. After his business failed in Allahabad, then he moved back to Calcutta, and he was at home, but it was difficult. Prabhupada said he was trying to preach. He was and he would make programs at home. But his family were not very favorable. He would take the children to the Gaudiya Math and so on. But gradually they grew up and they went their own ways. They were not so much interested because they had to maintain their families. They had to make livings. And they did not take the spiritual culture very seriously. And Prabhupada also tells that his own wife was not much interested. And she had a habit of drinking tea. And he suspected that on one occasion when his books went missing, Prabhupada had books, Sanskrit books, that they went missing, that he couldn't find them. What happened to them? Nobody knew. He suspected that his wife had taken them and sold them to get money to buy biscuits and tea or something. And so this was not very pleasing. You could understand that the home situation was not so satisfying. When the money is not there, then the family are not very appreciative. So long as the money is there, then there's no problem. But as soon as the income stops, then there were problems. So the servants also, there were servants in the home, they also began to leave because no money to pay them. So it was difficult. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada decided it was time to move on, that he started to go to Vrindavan. He left home. Well, actually, he asked his wife, he said, "Do you want tea or do you want me?" So his wife said, "Tea or you? I'd rather have tea." So that was it. That was like the straw which broke the camel's back. And Prabhupada decided, I've had enough of this home life. And he left and he went to Vrindavan and he lived in Vrindavan. So Prabhupada changed his ashram only with the greatest reluctance. And he did not immediately take sannyas. He was staying there in Vrindavan as a vanaprastha. And he was trying to do some writing. And he's still trying to publish some editions of the Back to Godhead. And doing some writing, and he would do editorial work. Some of the different heads of the temples, the Gaudiya Maths, they were writing their books, and they wanted editors. And they were publishing a magazine, and they wanted editors. And Srila Prabhupada was well qualified for that work as an editor. He would do some editorial work for them. But they would not give him any facility for preaching. And they didn't recognize him as a preacher because he was still just out of the householder life and they were sannyasis. So they were thinking, we're the sannyasis, we're the preachers. And Prabhupada did not get much facility to talk. It happened even to get cloth, new cloth sometimes would be difficult for Prabhupada. They saw Srila Prabhupada more as a businessman than as an actual devotee. They did not really recognize his talents as a preacher. So Srila Prabhupada tried to do some preaching on his own, and he went first to a place called Jhansi. Jhansi is a small town south of Vrindavan, south of Mathura, on the way towards Jaipur. And Prabhupada went there and tried to do some preaching there in Jhansi. And he got a number of people, a number of followers, but he was trying to get a building, but somehow Prabhupada was cheated out of the building and it went to some other society. So Srila Prabhupada was somewhat discouraged there. But after some time, he had met one man who said that his son had moved to America. So when the man told Prabhupada that his son had gone to America and married an American woman there, Srila Prabhupada said, request your son to sponsor me that I can also come there to America to preach. So Prabhupada did not take it very seriously, and he forgot about it. And it was some time later when he met the man again, then the man told Prabhupada, he said, my son sent sponsorship. So it was a shock. It was a little surprise for Prabhupada. He never thought, because sometimes we say these things and nothing happens. But somehow this man's son took it seriously, a Mr. Agarwal, and the son of Agarwal, he sponsored Prabhupada to come to America. But still, there were a lot of other details Prabhupada had to take care of. He had to get so many different approvals from different government offices that he could go out of the country and that he could go to America. And it took a lot of dealing. And Prabhupada had, of course, no money to go on the airplane. How's Prabhupada going to go there? He's going on the boat. And so he went to see, he knew this one lady who lived in Mumbai, Srimati Morari Ji, and she was the owner of a shipping company. She was a widow, and she was a devotee of Srinath Ji. She was a follower of Balabhacharya, which means Pushti Marg. So Srila Prabhupada knew her, and Srila Prabhupada had earlier gone to her, and he'd taken a donation from her for printing of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Somehow Srila Prabhupada had begun the translation of Srimad Bhagavatam. And with the help of different donations, he was able to print 3 volumes of all from the first canto. Of course, printing a book in those days was really difficult. It was really a lot of work. You really have to labor, you know, and Prabhupada was doing everything himself. And even the computers, you know, they're all very mechanical and so difficult. But somehow Srila Prabhupada was able to produce 3 volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam, all on his own, Sanskrit, word for word translation, commentaries. And this was the beginning of his Srimad Bhagavatam. And later on, when he eventually did go to America, he had boxes of these Bhagavatams packed up in cases, and he took them to America. So Srila Prabhupada went to see this Srimati Morari Ji, and he spoke to her and told her his desire that I want to go to America. And she said, oh, Swamiji, you're so old, you're already 70, you'll die there. I don't think you should go there. You just stay in Vrindavan. But Prabhupada pleaded with her that, no, I really have to go, you please, I have to go. And Prabhupada, I think several meetings took place before she agreed. And then she said, I will give you return journey so that you can come back. So that ship was not, it was not a passenger ship, it was a cargo ship. So Prabhupada was given one tiny room on the ship, and Prabhupada, as we said, he had arranged for some boxes of Bhagavatam to be packed up and put on the ship. And Prabhupada was ready to go to America. And just before he went to America, the ship left from Calcutta. Prabhupada came there. He didn't go to see his family, but his son did come, the youngest son named Vrindavan. One son was called Mathura, one son was called Vrindavan. I forget the other name of the son, but like that. So Vrindavan came there to see his father off, and he was watching his father go on the ship, and he describes Radhanath Swami was asking Vrindavan Das, what Vrindavan, the Vrindavan Day, the Prabhupada's son, he was asking him, what were you thinking when you watched your father go on a ship to America? And he said, I was thinking, I'm so proud of my father. He was very proud. Actually, I had a talk with Vrindavan, Prabhupada's son. He's like, you know, because he's Prabhupada's son, I'm also Prabhupada's son, so we were like brothers. And I was speaking to him on the phone. He'd called up the temple one day. So I was talking to him, and he said to me, just by the way, he said to me, he said, you know, you don't know how strict my father was with us. He said, you don't know. I could understand, and you know, I could understand a little how strict Prabhupada is. Certainly, we would see sometimes Prabhupada would get quite angry. And certainly Prabhupada had high standards. He wanted things done properly. And if we didn't do them properly, he would really be quite angry and chastise. However, of course, his chastisements were always loving. And it was always, it's very purifying for us to be chastised by the spiritual master. To get, that is the mercy of the spiritual master when he chastises you. Srila Prabhupada tells us also how he was chastised by his spiritual master. The incident happened that Srila Prabhupada was sitting listening to Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Prabhupada give a lecture, and they were sitting in an auditorium, and some elderly man behind Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada touched him on the shoulder in the middle of the lecture. So Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada tells us, he said, I turned round to see what was wrong. And as soon as I turned round, immediately Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada stopped his lecture and shouted to us. And he said, and you two, what are you doing? And he said to the elderly man, he said, do you think you have purchased me because you give 5 rupees donation every month? And then he said to our Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, he said, do you want to come up here and give the talk? Srila Prabhupada said, I was mortified. It was the moment of greatest mercy. The mercy of the spiritual master, the chastisement of the spiritual master for our purification. So Srila Prabhupada was strict. He was strict. He wanted things done properly for Krishna. And he had the highest standards. And we see that in temples and deity worship, that the standards in ISKCON are usually very high compared to other temples. You go to other temples and they're somewhat run down, not very well maintained. The deity worship is not very regular and so on. But Prabhupada wanted everything done so nicely. One time I was in Krishna Balaram temple room and it was midday arti. And arti, I thought, oh, I should do kirtan. So I got kartals and I began to sing and lead the kirtan because very few people were there. And then after 5 minutes, Prabhupada's servant came out. At that time, it was a sannyasi called Akayananda Swami. And he came out and he said, Srila Prabhupada wants to know, why is no one playing the madanga? Prabhupada was sitting in his own quarters and he could hear that somebody is doing kirtan, but he cannot hear madanga. So Prabhupada, he'd been listening so carefully and he was so concerned about the standards, what standards we have in ISKCON. He said, when there's kirtan, there must always be madanga. So I said, well, I don't play madanga. So the sannyasis had to stay there and play madanga for us while we had kirtan. That was just one example. Prabhupada, how he wanted the standards, what standards he wanted us to keep. Everything must be perfect, must be nice. He really wanted that. So Srila Prabhupada got passage on that ship, the Jaladuta, and we know Prabhupada on the Jaladuta is not a big ship. And the Atlantic had to cross the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. And sometimes crossing the ocean, you can get big storms, big waves. And it's really difficult. It's really, you go on these ships and the ship goes up and down. And it's really it's not a joke. It's really an austerity. as Srila Prabhupada was on that ship. He had to cross the Atlantic. Fortunately, the captain, who was the Captain Joshi, I think it was, he said the Atlantic was very peaceful. He said he'd never seen the Atlantic so calm. It was the mercy of Krishna to protect his devotee. Because Srila Prabhupada, in crossing on the Atlantic, he'd already endured 2 heart attacks. So he could have left the body on the ship. He had 2 heart attacks on the ship. His health was not so great, although he would use Ayurvedic medicine. He didn't like Western medicine. Usually he'd have some Ayurvedic remedies for everything. So Srila Prabhupada, he had to undergo that journey on the ship. And of course, while on the boat, he also wrote prayer. He wrote his arrival prayer in USA, wonderful prayers. And prayer to Srimati Radharani, very beautiful songs which Prabhupada wrote, prayers actually, Prabhupada writing, appealing for the mercy of Krishna and Srimati Radharani. Prabhupada prays like, I do not know why you have brought me to this place. Most of the people are covered by passion and ignorance. I do not know how they will ever be able to understand the message of Vyasadeva. But I know you must have some reason. Otherwise, why would you have brought me here to this place? So now make me dance, make me dance, make me dance. This is just one verse from Prabhupada's prayer. Prabhupada was very poetic in his writing. And you see, although he was Bengali, his English was very high standard. His English language is very high. You read Srimad Bhagavatam, it's not simple English. Just a minute. Sorry, I had to stop the workers. They're doing some renovation work here, banging. Okay, so we were talking about Srila Prabhupada and his writing, his high level of English. Not only English, very high, of course, Bengali. He wrote, Prabhupada had written Gita Gyan in Bengali. He'd written a number of articles in Bengali. Bengali is his mother tongue. But he was very proficient in English because he studied in Scottish churches schools. And his Sanskrit also, he could translate everything. So Srila Prabhupada was very qualified to establish the Krishna consciousness movement. And he got to America, and first of all, he has to go to, well, they had arranged somebody to receive him. He didn't know where to go, and he only had a few dollars in his pocket. Where did he get it from? He sold a set of Bhagavatams to the captain of the ship. The captain of that Jaladuta, which Prabhupada was writing on, that captain purchased a set of Bhagavatams from him, and he gave Prabhupada $20. And Prabhupada said that was the only money he had. He had some rupees, that was all. Not many rupees, I think 50, 60 rupees, and $20 given to him by the captain. And Prabhupada said that was a few hours spending money in America. So he came off the ship in Boston. He didn't know where to go, left from right. Someone was there to receive him. And they arranged for him to take a bus down to a place called Butler in Pennsylvania, where this Mr. Agarwal lived with his American wife. So Prabhupada went down there and stayed with them for a little while. And they arranged some programs. They arranged Prabhupada's accommodation in the YMCA, and Prabhupada would go to their home regularly and cook for them. And they loved it. They loved Prabhupada's cooking. Of course, Mrs. Agarwal, she was an American lady, very nice lady, very favorable. And she loved Prabhupada. And Prabhupada would come there and he would cook for them. He would be looking at in their fridge and see the different frozen vegetables and so on. It was all very new to Prabhupada. And Prabhupada was, in this way, became familiar with life in America. But he saw Butler, Pennsylvania is just a small town. He couldn't do much there. So he moved from there, he moved to New York. And in New York, he had the connection to one Dr. Mishra. Dr. Mishra somehow, it's a Bengali man, who had established a yoga ashram in New York City. And somebody had given him his address, and he went and met Dr. Mishra, and Dr. Mishra agreed he would give him some kind of accommodation. And so he arranged to put Srila Prabhupada in some room somewhere, and Prabhupada was staying there in New York in the home of Dr. Mishra, and Prabhupada would go to the yoga ashram to meet Dr. Mishra, and he'd meet the students, the yoga students of Dr. Mishra. And Prabhupada would sing a bhajan and give them a talk. But Dr. Mishra, of course, he was a Mayavadi, and he didn't like Srila Prabhupada coming in and preaching to his students. So it wasn't too happy, it wasn't too successful. He stayed there for some time, but then he heard that it would be better for him to move down to the Lower East Side, because there were a lot of young people and there was a lot of interest in spirituality there. So Srila Prabhupada took the opportunity. Somehow he got the chance, he met somebody, he found somewhere to stay, and he moved down there. And he was moving from one place to another, staying sometimes with people who were not very devoted. One time he was even staying with one young American man who was a drug addict. And so finally it was arranged Mukunda, who was that time Michael Grant, became Mukunda. He was one of Prabhupada's first disciples. He took the initiative to help Prabhupada find a place. And they found that 26 Second Avenue. 26 Second Avenue, it's called Matchless Gifts. The name of the store had been Matchless Gifts. Someone had opened a gift shop. Gift shops are very common in America. You know, people like to buy gifts for each other. They have a lot of money, so people like to buy gifts for each other. So there's many gift stores. So this had been a gift store, but it had closed down. So they saw it, they looked at it, and it was quite suitable for a place to have a meeting. So Prabhupada began to rent that and have lectures there. And then also they found there was an apartment at the back, just above, and Prabhupada moved in there. And this way they would have programs and people would come. A few times a week in the evenings, they'd have a program. And Prabhupada, what would he do for prasadam? Sometimes he'd just take an apple, cut it up, and give everyone a piece of apple. And then he would pass a hat around and ask everyone, give some donation. And in this way, Prabhupada was beginning the Krishna consciousness movement. So some of the people who were coming there, they helped to make a registration. Prabhupada wanted the society registered. They only had a little storefront, but Prabhupada had big vision. And they were surprised. He called it the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. At that time, they only had one place, a little place in Manhattan in the Lower East Side, on rent. But Prabhupada was calling it International Society. They were surprised. They think, what kind of this international society? What is this? How is it? Anyway, Prabhupada had his vision. He was very clear about what he was doing. And when some of the people, Mukunda and his wife, they moved to San Francisco. Prabhupada told them, you try to do something there, introduce Krishna consciousness to them. So after some time, they got a letter from Mukunda saying that, come, we want you to come to San Francisco and meet the devotees. So Prabhupada was in favor, he agreed, and they sent Prabhupada plane tickets. It was Prabhupada's first air flight. Usually Prabhupada had only been on the boat to come from India. But now they arranged Prabhupada take the airplane, New York to San Francisco. And Prabhupada came there to San Francisco in the 1960s. And it was a very revolutionary time. There was a lot of counterculture. There were many young people with long hair and beads and so on. And people were really interested in spirituality. So Prabhupada moved there and had very nice program, began to preach there, people began to join. Then Prabhupada got them also to make Jagannath deities, and the Jagannath deity appeared, remember, in the gift store. And one devotee brought the little doll, showed it to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada said, this is Jagannath. And then he got devotees, he said, this is very auspicious. He said, Lord Jagannath has appeared to us. So he encouraged to carve some big size Jagannaths. And so they carved them and then they installed them in the temple. And a very simple manner, they did worship. They would have a big candle and everyone would come forward and wave the candle around a little bit. So this was the first temple, the beginning. This Krishna consciousness was beginning. Prabhupada had a long way to go. The temples began to open more and more. He sent people to London. And although it was really difficult, and they really struggled, after a year or more, they got success and they were able. I'm sorry, I tried to get this guy to stop work, but they don't listen to me. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, you just have to put up with the noise in the background. I can't do anything about these people. They're very uncooperative. I'm sorry. Anyway, we only have a little time left. Maybe we'll just stop here and we'll ask if there's any questions from anybody. Anybody has any question?
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Yes, Prabhu.
Krishna. Dandavat Pranam Maharaj. Maharaj, did Prabhupada reveal who is his identity in Goloka Vrindavan?
No, Prabhupada did not. Prabhupada said, you don't need that. Prabhupada said, that's not required. There's no power here. Power went off. Okay. So Prabhupada did not reveal his identity in Vrindavan Leela. No. We're all servants of Krishna. Everyone is a servant. Whatever wrath you have with Krishna, you're a servant. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Javer Swarupa Hai Nitya Krishna Das. Everyone is a servant. That's what you need to know, the identity. We're all servants. Lord Balaram is a servant. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes as a servant. So Srila Prabhupada is the greatest servant. He is the servitor personality of Godhead. He comes to show us how to serve Krishna, how to serve the spiritual master, by preaching the message of Krishna consciousness, by preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya, just like we offer our obeisances to Srila Prabhupada, Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine, preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya to defeat impersonalism and voidism. That is Krishna consciousness. That is what it means to be a servant. You preach, you go out and tell everyone about Krishna. Yari deki tarikao Krishna Upadesh. Amara gai gurahana tarai desh. Prabhupada often quoted, Lord Chaitanya told the Brahman and Kurmakshetra, wherever you go, whoever you meet, you tell them about Krishna. And in this way, you become a spiritual master and save the world. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Nachatasman manusheshu kaschin me priyakritama. There's no one more dear to me than that devotee who's preaching Krishna consciousness. So we want to preach, we encourage everyone, become a preacher. This Krishna consciousness movement is meant for distributing. We're not just bhajan and nandis. And even though there's lockdown, we don't just do bhajan, we do preaching. It's an opportunity for more preaching. So devotees are finding ways even to distribute books, even during the lockdown. They're distributing more sets of Bhagavatam because people are at home. They have more time now to read the books. So get the Bhagavatam, get the Chaitanya Charitamrita. There's so many other books. Read Brihad Bhagavatamrita. Read all the books about Prabhupada. Read Prabhupada Leelamrita. There's so many wonderful books to be read in Krishna consciousness. We have so much to do. So we don't just do bhajan. We have to also preach. As Prabhupada's spiritual master said to him, you tell people about Krishna, write about Krishna, that will be good for you and for those who hear you. So whatever we hear, whatever we've heard, whatever we've learned about Krishna, we should be willing to share it, to distribute it to others. It's not just for our own self. We have to give Krishna consciousness everywhere, go everywhere and try to distribute the message of Krishna. Prabhupada always taught us, there are so many people waiting for us to come there to find them. We just have to be willing to go. And those of you who are preaching, you know, when you go around, when you go outside, when you go around, visit some place, you always find people interested to hear about Krishna. There's always people just waiting to get Krishna consciousness. So this is our duty. If we appreciate Srila Prabhupada's gift, if we appreciate what Srila Prabhupada has done, we should also take up that work. We should follow in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada. Not imitating, but follow in the footsteps and do like Srila Prabhupada did. Chant, preach, write, publish books, worship the deity. Take up some service for Krishna. Don't just be idle. Don't just sit and read the newspaper and watch movies and listen to mundane songs. Make use of our time to establish the mood of Krishna consciousness. So today is Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja. It's an important day. It's the most important day for all of us. And this festival should be the biggest of all the Vyasa Pujas. Of course, you may have many Vyasa Pujas for different spiritual masters, but this is the most significant, the most important of all the Vyasa Pujas, because Srila Prabhupada is the founder Acharya of our Krishna consciousness movement. So all over the world, all of our ISKCON centers, all of our ISKCON devotees, they're all taking part in this program. And everyone also should have written an offering, and they should have written something and be willing to read it aloud and share it with us. If you haven't written anything, at least you can speak, you can share something which inspires you about Srila Prabhupada, something you got from Srila Prabhupada. Maybe you like to tell Srila Prabhupada about what we're doing and how we're spreading Krishna consciousness. Okay, so today we're releasing the pen drive. Right, Prabhu? Krishna Karanamrita Prabhu. Today, our center, Temple of Devotional Understanding, is releasing a pen drive which has 45 different series of the Abhay Charan movie. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj had spent a lot. Yeah?
Yeah, hold on.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much for your wonderful lecture on the appearance day of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. And now we would like to go into the next event, which is the launching of the Abhay Charan pen drive, Maharaj. So before that, we would like to offer a small teaser of this pen drive, Maharaj. They're actually setting up this. Okay.
यदि प्रभुपाद होइतो तबे की होइतो ये जीवन बाहित किसे यदि प्रभुपाद होइतो तबे की होइतो ये जीवन बाहित किसे निताय गौरेरा अपार करुणा केदित সকল দেশে নিতাই গৌরেরা অপার করুণা কেদিত সকল দেশে যদি প্রভুপাদ হইতো তবে কি হইতো এই জীবন বাহিত কিসে
The teaser, so we'll humbly like to invite you to launch this pen drive, Maharaj. Hare Krishna. And probably say a few words on this, Maharaj.
Yes, okay, so we know today that it's rare that people find time to sit down and read books. So those of you who are prepared to sit and watch movies and screens, look at the screen. So we have this wonderful pen drive. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj spent a lot of time and money and energy to arrange this wonderful production of the life of Srila Prabhupada. And you can see, we saw a little bit, a brief introduction. You can see everything about the whole life of Prabhupada is included in this production of Abhay Charan. As you heard, 45 episodes, each episode half an hour. So that's like 22.5 hours to watch. So again and again, you could be watching. This movie is very interesting for people who don't know Srila Prabhupada and who are not familiar with the Krishna consciousness movement. So I think it's very nice, the very good idea that everyone, you can have a pen drive and you can have an opportunity to watch this Abhay Charan movie and learn about Srila Prabhupada. So today it's being released. You should book now. We don't know the cost. You didn't tell anybody what's the cost, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, the cost of the pen drive is RM 85 ringgit Maharaj, and you can book the pen drive through the Todu temple. We are helping distribute this divine pen drive, Maharaj.
185, was it?
85 ringgit Maharaj.
85. Oh, so, okay. So 85 ringgits. 85 ringgits. So that's. So,
Maharaj, we would like to humbly thank you so much for giving your association and today's lecture. As we are preparing for the Abhishek of His Divine Grace, while the pujaris are doing the preparation, we are going to have a short clip of the Abhay Charan CD that is going to be played shortly. So we would like to humbly request devotees to enjoy this short clip. And after that, we can join the Abhishek of Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
A 70-year-old devotee of Krishna went to America in a cargo ship in 1965, and after an enormous struggle, he established an institution with a handful of young Americans. With them, he started this International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Within the short span of 11 years, Srila Prabhupada not only spread this movement practically through all the countries of the world, but he established 108 temples in all the major cities of the world. And this is how we can see that in order to fulfill his prediction, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu reserved the credit to one of his most intimate devotee, and that is His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada.
This is a time of uncertainty for the people of Afghanistan. This emergency deeply
The Krishna consciousness movement is not for the wretched, unfortunate class of men. No. It is meant for the most fortunate man. Anyone who has taken to Krishna consciousness is to be considered as the most fortunate man because he has got the line of action, how his life will be perfect. Therefore, anyone who is in Krishna consciousness and discharging the duties nicely, he is the most fortunate.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Karavani Prachare Vishesha Sanyavadi Pashada Deshadhari Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadha Shivasade Gaura Bhaktavedanta Sing Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Radha Shivasade Gaura Bhaktavedanta Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Radha Shiva Shadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
So I'm going to shut down.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Maintain the social distance, please.
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hari Bol, and same time chant the holy name.
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hari Ram Sankirtan ki Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja ki Samaveda Bhaktivedanta ki Nithai Gopemanandi.
Haribol, Haribol. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare
Jai
Krishna,
Srila
Krishna
Prabhupada ki.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare.
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada.
Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada.
Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada.
Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol.
Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol.
Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So we're going to start with the homages. So, Om Gyanatimmirandasya Ganajana Shlakya Chakshurmilitamena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Diname Namaste Saraswati Devim Gaurani Pracharini Vishesha Srinati Pastadeshtamine. Srila Prabhupada, please accept my respectful obeisances. All glories to you and your divine movement. So we are very indebted to your contribution throughout the world, that everyone able to engage in devotional service and try to purify one's existence. So, Prabhupada, this movement is not an ordinary movement. As Prabhupada says, this can last for 10,000 years. So it's true enough that Prabhupada, with your disciples, your followers, the devotee associations, that we can feel that this movement is not an ordinary movement. It's come from the spiritual world. So those who are associated with this movement always will be safe from the ocean of material existence, material suffering. So we free from this Bhavarok. So Prabhupada, we are very, very much indebted and grateful. So I remember one of the stories Prabhupada, Prabhu's Briha Bhagavatam was telling the stories about, narrating about one time in 1975, when Guru Das and Yamuna Devi Dasi. Guru Das is Yamuna Mataji's husband. So one time Prabhupada asked Yamuna Devi, Guru Das, he asked, where is Yamuna? He never come and take darshan of me. So then Yamuna was telling to his husband, Guru Das, he's telling, I'm afraid to see Prabhupada. Because that time, 1975 is the construction, Krishna Balaram Mandir in Vrindavan, the construction temple going on. So Prabhupada's already so much tense in that time. So he getting angry because the work haven't done. So devotee Yamuna Devi Dasi, she knows the Prabhupada little, angry. So he doesn't want to approach. Then Prabhupada asked Guru Das, where is Yamuna? Not taking darshan, because Yamuna Devi Dasi, all know that she wrote cooking books, and she also sing Govindam Adi Purusham songs. Prabhupada recommended her to sing this in all these temples. So so Yamuna was afraid to see Prabhupada. So then on the balcony, Prabhupada come to see. This was in the balcony, and Yamuna Devi also the other side of balcony. So she obeisance to Prabhupada. And then Prabhupada said, you are said that, not Prabhupada, Yamuna Devi Dasi said, I love you, Prabhupada. It means she shows a love. Although she afraid to see Prabhupada, but she said, expressing a love for Prabhupada. Then Prabhupada look at her, yes. Prabhupada said this, yes, I know that. Prabhupada says, because Yamunas have so much dedication, they're dedicated, so the spiritual master knows the heart. So then this news spread around. So spread around, and then Prabhupada, devotees come to know. And then one day, when Prabhupada gathered with the GBCs and all the senior disciples, so when Mataji came, and then Mataji says the same thing, Prabhupada, I love you. What could have Prabhupada said? Prabhupada said, don't talk nonsense. Do something practical. So sometimes we want to show love Prabhupada very nicely put it this way. If you want to show a love, a real love means you do something practical aspect of devotional service. So we do love means Prabhupada says we have to do practical service. So we are here in a humble offering to Srila Prabhupada. So we are trying to do some services in our temple devotional understanding. We have varieties of services and devotee engaging in deity worship in different various departments, flower garland departments. We have kitchen, deity kitchen departments, as well as a preaching department and book distributions. Although there's a pandemic situation, so still we try to able to do all these activities. And just for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada, I'd like to give a report for our update on this, our last year. This is for Food for Life, we are distributed average of 2,000 packets monthly, and book score yearly 4,000 books, and we conducted Radhayatra yearly, Palanquin Festival, 4 Palanquin Festival, and Bhaktivedanta and Namahata. We have a university preaching, and USM and AIMS, Batukre's home, Shan home, and Chinese Namahata. We have a congregation about 180. And during this pandemic, so we also having online distributions of books and paraphernalia by our youths, because we are very appreciate our youths who are involved in these activities. In Shopee, Lazada, they're distributing books. And although this pandemic, people can't come to the temple, but we go out. And also we have youths in media, social media, so they also broadcasting the preaching activities. And we have, yes, we also have a Gita Gyan for the teen. It's been organized by Todu, and some of the admin teams, they are from here. So they also conducting regular Gita class for the teen, the age between 13 to 18. So like this, also the adults, we are conducting a Gita Gyan online Zoom, and Food for Life regularly on every weekend. So we are distributing average of 250 packet of prasadam. So like this, we are trying to do some service for please to you, Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. ISKCON founder Chairman Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Gaur Premanandi.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki. Next, we would like to humbly invite His Grace Govinda Gauradas Prabhu to give his offering.
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Baba. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Jayapadaka Swami Nitinamine Nama Acharya Padaya Nita Kripa Pradayane Gauragata Damadaya Nagragramatarine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pachatya Desatarine. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Our dear Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada. When I was 16 years old, I happened to complete Bible course from a Singapore missionary school. Upon completing this course and gaining some God consciousness, enabled to explore what Hinduism is all about. And I searched and searched by attending practically all the spiritual organizations in this country. And none of these movements or organizations could enlighten me or convince me something better than the Christianity I studied, and also some knowledge about Islam, Baha'i, and so forth. It was until I was 28 years old, I could not get any solid information or sastras about Hinduism until I came to meet our devotee Srila Prabhupada, who distributed some books to me. The first one was Perfect Questions and Perfect Answers by Your Divine Grace, followed by a set of Krishna book of 2 parts, sponsored by our George Harrison. That time, not so much of taste for English language. I could not understand properly what the content was all about. But I was convinced very much by your divine appearance. And I was very convinced that this is the spiritual master I had been looking for. That conviction you created in my heart, and I was very much attached to meat eating. Thank God that I did not have any other bad habits than this. Then every time I attended program in Basti Mandir Bukit Mertajam, I fell to your lotus feet begging to release me from this bad habit. After a long appeal, on the auspicious day of your centennial ceremony, when your murti was brought to Bhakti Mandir and the first Abhishek was done. After performing that Abhishek, you relieved me from this sinful activity. This is a very remarkable mercy that I derived from your divine grace. And as a grahasta and also a working person, we tried and tried to read your books, but of course, not with full understanding. By your mercy and also the mercy of the Lord, after retirement, we managed to complete many of your books. The first one to mention is your personal Lilamrita. And we were really taken aback, amazed to read your final pastimes and journey towards back home to Godhead. It is very touching indeed. Your pastimes, especially the Antima pastimes, will not be complete if we don't mention His Holiness Bhakti Tamal Krishna Goswami and His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. And I couldn't hold my tears reading your Lilamrita, the final part, when these two great Mahatmas were taking care of you like more than their own father. And I used to think, whenever I used to attend Hindu funerals, at that young age, I used to think, why are these festivals, these funerals are not properly organized? And even at that time, I used to think, if at all we gain some knowledge about this, we'll be able to do proper prayer like the Christians, Muslims, and Baha'is. So happened that after reading Bhagavad Gita, I was thinking which are the best verses to be recited at funerals. And I personally picked 18.65 and 66. Manmana Bhava Madbhakto and also Sarvadharman Parityajya. And sometimes we used to explain these verses to the audience. And after studying this verse, 18.65, we realize that you have established this movement based on this verse, 18.65. Manmana Bhava Madbhakto Matyajimam Namaskuru. Krishna says we have to do 4 things in order to go back to him. Remember, always remember him. Srila Prabhupada, you have given us chanting the holy name. Number 2, Madbhakto. You have organized a proper initiation process in order to connect the fallen souls to the Supreme through your mercy. Thirdly, Matyajimam, worship. You yourself established more than 108 temples all over the world to practice this proper deity worship of the Lord according to the Pancharatra Vidhi. Okay. And the last, pay your homages to me. And I personally, I was very much attracted the way ISKCON devotees worship the Lord. Attracted by this worship, I personally joined this movement. Thank you very much, Prabhupada. இது முடிப்பதற்கு முன்பாக தமிழ் ஆர்வலர்களுக்காக ஒரு சில வார்த்தைகள் தமிழிலும் கூறி நிறைவு செய்கின்றேன். கட்டுண்ட இந்த கலியுக உலகில் தத்தளித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் மனித குலத்தை மீட்க வந்த மாபெரும் மீட்பர் ஸ்ரீலா பிரபுபாதர். பல ஆண்டுகள் எத்தனையோ குருமார்களை சந்தித்து நமது ஆன்மீக தாகத்தை தீர்த்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று முயற்சி செய்து கொண்டிருந்த வேளையில் இறுதியாக இந்த இயக்கத்தில் மட்டுமே நம்மால் முறையான ஆன்மீக ஞானத்தை பெற முடிந்தது. தமது குறுகிய காலத்தில் இவ்வளவு முக்கியமான சாஸ்திரங்களை எல்லாம் எடுத்து பரமபுருஷ பகவானின் கலியுக அவதாரம் ஸ்ரீ சைத்தன்ய மகாபிரபு அவர்களின் போதனைகளை அப்படியே ஏற்று அதை உலகம் முழுவதும் பரப்பி மனித குலத்திற்கு ஞான ஒளி ஊட்டிய மகான் ஸ்ரீலா பிரபுபாதர். இந்த கோவிட் தொற்றின் காரணமாக நடமாட்ட கட்டுப்பாடு ஏற்பட்ட பிறகு இந்த இயக்கத்தை பற்றி ஒரு எதிர்மறையான கருத்தை கொண்டிருந்த மலேசிய இந்து சமுதாயத்திற்கு இந்த கோவிட் தொற்று நடமாட்டு கட்டுப்பாடு ஒரு மனமாற்றத்தை ஏற்படுத்தி இருக்கின்றது. அவர்கள் வீட்டில் அடைந்து கொண்டிருக்கும் பொழுது, கொரோனா தொற்று என்ற பயம் அவர்களை அச்சுறுத்தி கொண்டிருக்கும் பொழுது, நண்பர்களும் உறவினர்களும் ஒவ்வொருவராக மடிந்து கொண்டிருக்கும் சூழ்நிலையில் இந்த அச்சத்திலிருந்து விடுபடுவதற்கு ஏற்றாற்போல் நமக்கு கீதா ஞானம் என்ற பயிற்சியை பொதுமக்களுக்கு வழங்குகின்ற வாய்ப்பு ஏற்படுத்தப்பட்டது. இன்று இந்த பயிற்சியில் ஆரம்பத்தில் நமது சாஸ்திரங்களை பற்றி சிறிதும் அறிவில்லாத பொது மக்கள் கலந்து கொண்டிருந்தனர். பிறகு இந்த பயிற்சியை பற்றி கேள்விப்பட்டு சமீபத்தில் நடந்து முடிந்த 4வது குழு அதில் இடம்பெற்றவர்களை பார்த்தால், குறிப்பாக என்னுடைய குழுவில் நன்கு படித்த பல தமிழாசிரியர்கள் இந்த பயிற்சியில் கலந்து கொண்டனர். உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் தெரியும், தமிழ் படித்தவர்களுக்கு கிருஷ்ண பக்தி இயக்கம் அவ்வளவு விருப்பமானதாக இல்லை. ஆனால் இன்று அந்த நிலையெல்லாம் மாறி கிருஷ்ண பக்தி கழகத்தின் பக்கம் அனைவரின் கவனமும் திரும்பியுள்ளது. இது ஸ்ரீலா பிரபுபாதர் அவர்களே, இது தங்களுடைய சாதனை, தங்களுடைய வெற்றி. இந்த நமது தொடு எனப்படுகின்ற பக்தி அறிவாலயம் 2015ஆம் ஆண்டு திறப்பு விழா கண்ட பொழுது தமிழ்நாட்டின் மக்கள் தொலைக்காட்சியில் சுமார் 45 நிமிடங்கள் இந்த ஆலய திறப்பு விழாவை மக்கள் தொலைக்காட்சி ஒளிபரப்பியது. எல்லா விவரங்களையும் வழங்கிவிட்டு இறுதியாக 5 நிமிடம் இருக்கும் பொழுது அவர்கள் ஒரு விஷயத்தை கூறினார்கள். இந்த எல்லா சாதனைகளுக்கும் ஒரு தனி மனிதரே காரணம், அவர்தான் ஸ்ரீலா பிரபுபாதர் என்று அந்த தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்கள் தொலைக்காட்சி பிரபுபாதர் அவர்களின் புகழை உலகத்திற்கு எடுத்து காட்டியது. தமிழ் கூறு நல்லுலகம் இதை கேட்டிருக்கும், உணர்ந்திருக்கும். இப்பொழுது இந்த கீதாச்சாரம் பயிற்சியையும் அனைவரும் மேற்கொள்ளுகின்றனர். மலேசியாவில் பிரச்சாரத்திற்கு இது பொற்காலம். அனைத்து பக்தர்களும் இணைந்து இந்த வாய்ப்பை பயன்படுத்தி இந்த கிருஷ்ண பக்தி இயக்கத்தை முறையாக அனைவருக்கும் வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொண்டு வாய்ப்பளித்த அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி. ஹரே கிருஷ்ண 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 ஹரே ஹரே, ஹரே ராம 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 ஹரே ஹரே.
Jai, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Next, we would like to invite His Grace Sundar Sridhar Prabhu, the Vice President of ISKCON TODU, to read the homages of His Grace, His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, thank you, Prabhu. So it gives me great pleasure to read the homages by His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Guru Maharaj. This homage is actually given by Srila Guru Maharaj this year. So 2021 homages by His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. So it goes like this. I offer my respectful obeisances to my spiritual father, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Namah Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimadi Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarini. On this second day of your Vyasa Puja, I'm offering you my respectful homage. Recently, some months ago, I heard your lecture from 1975 April in Mayapur, where you said, so one who is spreading Krishna Upadesa, simply repeat what is said by Krishna, then you become Acharya. Suppose you have got now 10,000. We shall expand to 100,000. That is required. Then 100,000 to million and million to 10 million. So there will be no scarcity of Acharya and people will understand Krishna consciousness very easily. Lecture on Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Leela 1.13 April 6, 1975, Mayapur. Also, it was revealed to me that on multiple occasions you had mentioned thousands of gurus I was thinking that your idea is way to achieve Lord Chaitanya's prediction that in every town and village, his holy name will be sung. I was seeing that many of my disciples only read a minimum to get their second initiation, and that if we advocate that they read all your books and get their degrees, Bhakti Vaibhava, Bhaktivedanta, Bhakti Sarvabhauma, and then read your Lilamrita, understand your life and teachings, although all these may be difficult compared to the present system where becoming a Diksha Guru, but by motivating, encouraging, advocating that each devotee should become mature practitioners, exponents of Krishna consciousness, we could actually fulfill your mission, the mission of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. His Divine Grace Srila Gaura Kishora Dasa Babaji had only 2 disciples. One was Bhajana Anandi and one was Gosti Anandi Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura. Through his Gosti Anandi disciple, you give to us, and Krishna consciousness has been spread all over the world. So, if each disciple becomes a mature devotee, qualifies to be Diksha Guru, even if they only initiate one or few disciples, it is not important. But if that disciple is able to take up your mission and spread it like anything to the conditional souls, that can be a great contribution. Although the present system is very easy practically to be a Diksha Guru, but still today we have less than 100 Diksha Gurus after more than 50 years of ISKCON. Your vision that we should have tens of thousands and ultimately millions of acharyas initiating gurus is nowhere near sight. To have a specific goal of reading your books and how to achieve this is by promoting, advocating, and motivating all the devotees to see that your vision of having tens of thousands and ultimately millions of gurus will be achieved. This may take a long time, but it is not so actually. I heard today from our principal of the Sri Mayapur International School that 14 students had got the Bhakti Shastri degree this year. Like that, if our students study your books from their childhood, they can achieve complete knowledge of your teachings. Please bless us that we can fulfill your vision for empowered preachers of the Krishna consciousness movement. I am very fallen. Somehow, I'm trying to fulfill your instructions to me, but there's so much more that needs to be done. I pray your mercy that I will be able to fulfill your vision. Your servant, Jayapataka Swami. Hare Krishna.
Jai, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Thank you, Sundar Sridhar Prabhu. Next, we would like to share a video by our own youth, Yamuna Mataji, daughter of Srinath Prabhu. She did a video glorifying Prabhupada, singing a glorification of a Vaishnava. Hare Krishna.
Ivharo karuna koro Vaishnava Goshai. Ivharo karuna koro Vaishnava Goshai. Patita Bhavana Toma Vinay ke hona. কাতে গেলে পাপা ধুরে যায় এমন দয়ালা প্রভু কে ভাগতা পায় গঙ্গারা পরাসা হইলে পশ্চাতে পাবান দর্শনে পবিত্র করো এ তোমরা গণ ईशाने अपराधे करे हरि नाम तुम स्थाने अपराधे नहीं परित्राण तुम्हारा हृदय सदा गोविंद विश्राम गोविंदा कोहे ना मोरा वैष्णव पारायण पति जन्म कोरी आशा चरण राधुरी नरोत्तमे करो दया अपरना बोली भरो करुणा करो वैष्णव गोसाई हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे जय वैष्णव ठाकुर जय वैष्णव ठाकुर वैष्णव ठाकुर जय वैष्णव ठाकुर जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा 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 जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा
Jai, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Thank you, Yamuna Mataji. Next, we would like to invite His Grace Nitya Kishore Prabhu to read the homage of His Holiness Janananda Goswami Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishwadaya Krishna Vastaya Buddhale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Jamini. Today I'll be reading the homage by His Holiness Janananda Goswami Maharaj. So, I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna on this earth, having taken shelter at His lotus feet. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini, Nirvisesa Shunyavaya Pasita Adesatarini. Our respectful obeisances unto you, O spiritual master, servant of Saraswati Goswami. You are kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Deva and delivering the Western countries which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I fall prostrate at your lotus feet, insincere though I am. On this day, you so mercifully give us the chance to focus wholly and solely upon your association, our only hope to awaken Krishna consciousness. O King Raghunatha, Raghugana, the perfectional stage of devotional service or the Paramahamsa stage of life cannot be attained unless one is blessed by the dust of the feet of the great devotees. It is never attained by tapasya, austerity, the Vedic worshipping process, acceptance of renounced order of life, the discharge of the duties of household life, the chanting of the Vedic hymns, or the performance of penances in the hot sun within cold water, or before the blazing fire. Srimad Bhagavatam 5.12.12. In other words, Lord Sri Krishna is the property of his pure, unconditional devotees. And as such, only the devotees can deliver Krishna to another devotee. Krishna is never obtained directly. Srimad Bhagavatam 2.3.23. I am not a devotee, but somehow I have the fortune to associate with those who are, so there is still hope. It is stated in Hari Bhakti Vilas Sudodayana and quoted in the Bhakti in Rasamrita Sindhu. A man will take on the qualities of a person with whom he associates, just as a crystal takes on the color of an object next to it. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. I will try to absorb my mind in the dust of your lotus feet, hoping that some of your divine qualities will appear in my dark heart. When will I smear the dust all over my body and fully embrace your instructions? When will I make your mission my life and soul, eternally indebted? We glorify you. To God-forsaken lands, you brought the holy Bhakti tree. You crossed the ocean great to set the whole world free. Alone you spread the holy name, the only Yugadhar. In the park you chanted, capturing all by your loving charm. You gave the world a chance to know that God is personal. With deities, temples, prasadam, you made him accessible. You opened up the treasure chest, allowing all to enter in, no matter what their background, even full of sin. You taught the world the secret of where to find true love and happiness, peace of mind, descending from above. A lifestyle you gave and showed to bring us to Sattvagun. Farms, schools, temples, books were coming very soon. A simple life, but thinking high, a motto you did hold, compelling us to follow. Your preaching was so bold. You traveled on your conquest, no obstacle could stop, showing them to preach the message till this frame dust drop. Relentless, you wavered not, your message was fixed. Bhakti never fructifies unless it is unmixed. Fearlessness, compassion, love, and deep humility, tolerance, determination, true equality. These qualities you showed, which are inert with each soul, covered by illusion, ignorance of life's true goal. You challenge every doctrine that opposed the absolute. Speculative science and philosophy, you greatly gave the boot. No scientific jargon was an obstacle to your scheme. You impregnated truth within the mundane academe. A revolutionary never know to bring us all back home with Sankirtana, every town and village previously unknown, has spread to every continent, to almost every town, and all conditioned souls in its waves will surely drown. The sweetest process freely given, chanting the holy names. You empowered Dvipada Pasus to carry out your aims. The seeds you scattered everywhere, most yet to fructify. That is the future they would not sprout and even multiply. They would ever. Incarnations are innumerable, your qualities the same. Into this world from Goloka Dham, so merciful you came. Like the four Kumaras, you spoke the highest truth. Like them, you did appear to be a fountainhead of youth. Like Varahadeva, you challenged the greatest ass on earth. Like no one else, you scattered the illusion of our birth. Like Narada, you traveled to everywhere you could. You preached the purest bhakti path for everybody's good. Narayana, austerity to yours do not compare. Patita Pavana manifest gave everyone their share. Like Kapila, you expounded the truth. defeated the atheists, the Mayavadis, the Sunyavadis, and all the craziest. Like Rasa Badeva, you showered the world the sheer futility of mundane social intercourse so clear and vividly. You milked the earth like Prithuraj, relieving all distress of numerous fools and rascals struggling in their mess. Like Matsya, you did rescue the scriptures as they are from deviant interpreters leading us afar. Like Kurma, you supported each and every one, allowing us to churn the nectar of Srimad Bhagavatam. Like Lord Nrsimhadev, you destroyed all demonic traits, protected the devotees, relieved them from their weights. Like Vamana, you tricked us by the beauty of your heart, took everyone for Krishna, and that was just the start. Like Parasurama, you slew all the so-called heads. With the sharpened axe of Shastra, you put them in their beds. Like Rama, you rescued Sita and returned her to her Lord, and showed us a bunch of monkeys how our life was so absurd. You engaged us in the mission to build bridges across the sea and release the captive jivas, setting everybody free. Like Balaram and Krishna, your presence is sublime, transporting us to a realm beyond the mundane time. Krishna is Sama Bonam, origin of all. Loudly, you proclaim this with your clarion call. Like Buddha, you were self-composed, compassionate to its hilt, nourishing through bhakti, lest our creepers they might wilt. Fearlessly, like Kalkidev, you severed sinful thoughts. With the sword of knowledge, you slashed our pride practically to naught. Like Vishvakarma, you gave the world the gem, TOVP. Like Danvatari, the medicine to really set us free. To counter all pandemics, you taught us what to do. Amala Harinama, the only way, safe way through. You are Sri Vyasa personified, it's clearly a bell. The only hope to save mankind from falling down to hell. Your literary contribution, unexcelled does it stand. Each word that you deliver so expertly planned. 10,000 years these books you gave will stand as etched in stone, the law books of mankind to guide us, a guide to the unknown. O Prabhupada, you embody all acharyas of the past, the empowered representative of all avatars. The mood of Sri Sri Gaura Nitai you surely epitomize, and all your subsequent practitioner you do harmonize. You gave association like never seen before, the only hope for one and all, you open up the door. O Prabhupada, I drifted far away from the spirit that you gave to a proud and lusty hypocrite and egoistic slave. You are the only hope for a cretin like me, full of envy, pride, duplicity, nothing but a health. Lord Nityananda taught us in the fallen Kali age, that everyone's like a Madai, no one is a sage. 50 years have passed since the day that somehow there you were. Before me in my degradation, you appeared in my blur. You floated in a BTG into the lowly place. This fallen soul you did call this message to embrace. Have mercy, Lord, on one and all, so all may have a chance to hear and chant the holy name, even here in France. The Senapati Bhakta, the savior of the earth, deliver each and every one from this cycle of rebirth. And in such simple human ways, you welcome all who came everyone is eligible. Simply come and chant the name. Actually, you are with us now, as if you never left. Forgetting you are here, we will certainly be reft of the jewel of Sudha Bhakti, the most valuable of them all, as Dhruva realized at last. At your lotus feet we fall. In all the worlds, there's never been, nor will there ever be, one like you, O Prabhupada, the topmost devotee. The Super Soul has manifested as Srila Prabhupada. At his lotus feet we all fall prostrate, remain forever bound. There is no shelter elsewhere in all the three worlds. Your fallen servant, Janananda Goswami. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutali Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasata Deshatarini. Dear Srila Prabhupada, in Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 4, Text number 1, you have seen that personal realization does not mean that one should, out of vanity, attempt to show one's own learning by trying to surpass the previous Acharya. He must have full confidence in the previous Acharya, and at the same time, he must realize the subject matter so nicely that he can present the matter for the particular circumstance in a suitable manner. The origin purpose of the text must be maintained. No obscure meaning should be skewed out of it. Yet, it should be present in interesting manner for understanding of the audience. This is called realization. Where particular of this verse have really poke or hammering my intelligence, where I like to show my own realizations, where my own study. Where Srila Prabhupada, when I read your Leelamrita, I remember when your Vyasa Puja happened in Mayapur Dham, when the homage was recited by your disciple as well, your god brothers. And one of your god brothers came and said to you that, Srila Prabhupada, I see many homages was recited in many different languages, where Bengali, English, Kannada, and Prabhupada say this is international movement. And therefore, I like to offer my homage to Prabhupada in my mother tongue, the Tamil. Prabhupada, நீ இல்லாம இந்த லோகத்துக்கு ஆனந்தம் ஒன்றும் இல்லை. ஸ்ரீமத் பத்ம புராணத்துல நஹம் திஸ்தாமி வைகுந்தா யோகினாம் ருதேஷுவஹ தத்ரா திஸ்தாமி நாரதா யத்ர காயந்தி மத்பக்தா. நாரதர்கிட்ட பகவான் சொல்றாராம், நாரதா நான் வைகுந்தத்துல இல்ல, யோகி மனசிலும் நான் இல்லை, தத்ர திஸ்தாமி நான் யத்ர காயந்தி மத்பக்தா எங்கெல்லாம் என் பக்தர்கள் என் பக்தி பேசுகிறார்களோ நான் அங்க குடியிருக்கின்றேன். அதே போல எவ்வளோ பக்தர்கள் நம்ம ஏக்கத்தில் உன் நாமத்தை பரப்புகிறார்கள். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் எப்படி தாங்கள் குருவோட பக்தி வெளியாக்கி காட்டியிருக்கீங்க, அந்த மாதிரி ஸ்ரீமத் பாகவதத்துல ஒன்னாவது கண்டத்துல 5வது அத்தியாயத்துல 11வது ஸ்லோகத்துல தத் விசார்கோ ஜனத்க விபாலவோ யஸ்மின் பிரதி சொல்கம் அத்பவதி அபி நாமானி அந்தியஸ்ய யசோ நிகந்தி யத் சர்வந்தி காயந்தி கிரந்தி சத்வஹா. அதாவது பகவானோட விசேஷ அத்தனையும் பேராக இருக்கலாம், இல்ல கதையாக இருக்கலாம், இல்லை கீர்த்தனமாக இருக்கலாம். எதாக இருந்தாலும் அதில் குற்றம் இருந்தாலும் அது ஒரு மனிதன் இயக்கத்துக்கு நன்மையை மட்டும் வலிக்கும் என்று இது சொல்லுகின்றது. நம்ம இயக்கத்துல பிறந்த குழந்தையிலேருந்து முதியோர் வரைக்கும் கிருஷ்ணன் கதையை மட்டும் தெரிஞ்சவர்களுக்கெல்லாம் அவங்க மொழி தெரிந்த அளவுக்கு இந்த பக்திய இயக்கத்தை எல்லாருக்கும் கொடுக்கிறார்கள். இது உன்னோட கருணை மட்டும். எப்படி பக்தரோட குண அதிசயங்கள் 26 இருக்கின்றதோ அதுல மித்பக்கோ சர்வ உபகாரா சுச்சி கருணா சாமா தக்ஷா மைத்திரியா நிதோசா கம்பீரஹா வதன்யா கிருபாலு மிருது அனினா அங்கிஞ்சன ஹர்த்த தோரஹ சந்த கவி அம்னானி மானந்த அப்ரமாதஹ விஜிதி சத்குணஹ மௌனி சரளா ஸ்திரா சரணா சத்யா சரஹா. இதுல குறிப்பிட்டு சாமாவும் கருணையும் உங்களோட புகழை எப்படி யாரும் கருதாம யாரு வந்தாலும் சமமாக பார்த்து சமநிலையில் எப்படி முக்குணங்கள் இருக்கின்றதோ அக்குணங்கள் ஏற்றபடி அந்த பக்தரை பகவான் சேவையில் நீங்க ஈடுபடுத்துறது ரொம்ப ஆர்வ, அதாவது ஒரு உதாரணமாக இருக்கின்றது. நாஸ்த பிரதேஷு அபிரதேஷு நித்யம் பாகவத சேவையா பகவதி உத்தமம் ஸ்லோகேர் பக்தி பவதி நயசகி. அதாவது ஸ்ரீமத் பாகவதம் இது நித்தியம் பாகவதம் என்ற போது பாகவதமும் பக்தரும் வித்தியாசமல்ல. உன் புகழ பேசும்போது உங்களோட ஸ்ரீமத் பிரபுபாத லீலாமிருதா படிக்கிற போது எப்படி அது பாகவதம் கதையாக ஆகுமோ அதே போல உன்னோட லீலை அனைத்தும் பாகவதமே, உன்னோட புகழ் அனைத்தும் பாகவதமே. என நீ ஏனென்றால் உன் நிதோஷக உன்னோட செயல்ல ஒரு தோஷமும் இல்லை. பிருந்தாவன்ல ஒரு பக்தர் சன்னியாசி தன் ஆசிரமத்திலேருந்து மாறி வேற ஆசிரமத்துக்கு வரும்போது அவங்களுக்கு நீங்க கருணையை கொடுத்தது மிக பெரிய கடலாகும். இந்த வேளையில அடியனோட பிரச்சாரத்தை இது உங்களுக்கு அர்ப்பணிக்கின்றேன். 83 புத்தகம் 1வது மாசத்திலிருந்து 6வது மாசம் வரைக்கும் கொடுத்திருக்கின்றேன். 129 ப்ரோக்ராம் இப்போதைக்கு ஏறத்தாழ 52 பக்தர்கள் உருவாக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. அதுல ஜபம் பண்றவர்கள் 12, 4 ரவுண்டுக்கு கீழே 4 ரவுண்டுக்கு மேல 7, 8 ரவுண்டுக்கு மேல 7, 10 ரவுண்டுக்கு மேல 3, 16 ரவுண்டுக்கு மேல 8 பேரு. எப்பனாச்சும் ஒரு தடவை ஜபம் பண்றவங்க அதுல 10 பேர் இருக்கிறாங்க. அதுல அத்தனை பேரும் வெஜிடேரியனாக சைவமாக மாறிட்டார்கள், 52 பேரும். அது மட்டும் இல்லாம அதுல 32 பேர் அதை உங்களுக்கு கிருஷ்ணனுக்கு நைவேத்தியம் பண்ணி சாப்பிட்டு கொண்டு இருக்கின்றார்கள். அதுல 32 பேர் துளசி ஆரத்தியும் 32 பேர் ஏகாதசி விரதங்களை கடைபிடிக்கிறார்கள். இஸ்கான் குவாந்தானில் ஃபுட் ஃபார் லைஃப், அதாவது சாப்பாட்டு விநியோகம் கொடுக்கறதுக்கு ஏறத்தாழ வாரம் 30 பேக்கெட் கொடுத்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. ஸோ இதுதான் அடியனோட காணிக்கை. ஏன்னு சொன்னா குரு ஆனவர் அவங்களோட கடனை வேதங்கள் படித்தோ இல்ல காசு கொடுத்தோ நம்ம அந்த கடனை கட்ட முடியாது. அடியினால் முடிந்தது. சாஸ்திரங்கள் சொல்லுகின்றது, குரு கொடுத்த கட்டளையை பின்படுத்தி பிரச்சாரம் பண்ணி உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கிறதே அது பெரிய குரு காணிக்கமாகும். அதே போல இந்த பிரச்சாரம் அனைத்தும் உனக்கே சமர்ப்பணம் என்று அர்ப்பணிக்கின்றேன். சில பிரபுபாட் கி, சில பிரபுபாட் வியாச பூஜா மஹோத்சவ கி, அனிதா கௌர பிரேமானந்தே.
Jai, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Next, we would like to offer a video on glorification of Srila Prabhupada by His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj on Prabhupada as a divine and priceless personality. Hare Krishna.
What kind of personalities are priceless due to their nature? The one who accepts the instructions in the heart. Why Srila Prabhupada is so special among all his God brothers? Did it ever occur to you? Many of them are very scholarly. I had the good fortune of meeting some of Prabhupada's very, very advanced God brothers. And they're brilliant personalities. I was very fortunate to have a lot of mercy from them also. Brilliant personalities. But what made Srila Prabhupada stand out among all of them? Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was surrounded by sannyasis. He gave sannyas to 27 disciples. Surrounded by all these advanced devotees. Some of them were not even sannyasi, but extremely brilliant. So brilliant that when Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who was known for his scholarship, and if he got stuck with some shloka, he couldn't actually remember it. This devotee, this disciple, recited that shloka. So brilliant. So, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur had literally many luminaries among his disciples. But what was so special about Srila Prabhupada? Remember, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur told about Srila Prabhupada? He is very keen to hear. He is very keen to hear. That means whatever Srila Prabhupada heard from Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he just accepted it wholeheartedly within his heart. And that's why we can see that Prabhupada understood Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's teachings in a perfect way. All those scholarly disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur couldn't understand his actual mission, his actual idea, his actual objective. But Srila Prabhupada did. And that's why when Gaudiya Math practically fell apart, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's spirit was revived through ISKCON. ISKCON is actually the continuity of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's mission. He started Gaudiya Math, unfortunately Gaudiya Math fell apart. And Srila Prabhupada actually is continuing the mission. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur came to fulfill Mahaprabhu's prediction. And what is the prediction? Every town and village all over the world. So there was a need to take the mission outside. What he could not accomplish during his time, although he sent some of his disciples out of India to England and Europe. But Srila Prabhupada actually took the mission out of India to America. And then it spread all over the world. Now, if ISKCON is not the continuity of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's mission, then what is? If ISKCON is not the continuity of fulfillment of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prediction, then what is? So we can see a real disciple accepts the instructions of the spiritual master in his heart, makes it his whole life's mission. And that is why Prabhupada was so outstanding.
Jai, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Thank you, a very wonderful offering by His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj. Next, we would like to invite Her Grace Krishna Mai Mataji to give her offering to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you for calling me to give a small offering, even though I'm not qualified. Jai Srila Prabhupada, thank you so much for giving us so much. And sorry if we have done something wrong or we are trying to not bring enough or things like that. Every day I read the book by your disciple, Prabhupada Lilamrita, and it's so great, Prabhupada. One day, one disciple asked you, Prabhupada, do you have any children? And you replied, yes, you're all my children. And the person who asked is Joan, who is none other than Yamuna Devi Dasi. So Prabhupada, thank you for giving me this Hare Krishna family. Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna, thanks Mataji. So now we invite Neela Sham to read the offering of his Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared on this planet over 500 years ago, he predicted that the holy name would be chanted in every town and village of the world. Pritiviti Ache Yata Nagara Digram Sarvata Prachara Hoibe Moranam. In Chaitanya Mangala, Lochana Das Thakur states that a powerful Senapati Bhakta would appear in order to propagate the holy name in every corner of the globe. Srila Thakur Bhaktivedanta also predicted that a powerful personality would appear who would take the teachings of the Lord to every corner of the globe. You are that Senapati Bhakta who fulfilled the Lord's prediction. Your spiritual master recognized your abilities at your very first meeting with him. He instructed you to take the message of the Lord to the English-speaking world. In 1936, just before Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur left the planet, he repeated the same instructions in a letter. You took your spiritual master's instructions seriously. And in spite of facing serious challenges in India and America, you are determined to execute his order. You dedicated the first canto of your Srimad Bhagavatam to him, writing, "He lives forever by his divine instructions, and the follower lives with him." This year, we are celebrating the 125th anniversary of your divine appearance. This occasion will only come once. Devotees all over the world are enthusiastic to increase their service. In India, the leaders are holding regular meetings to encourage every devotee to increase his or her service. Devotees are making plans to celebrate more festivals, increase book distribution, increase congregational preaching, open more temples, participate in more Harinam parties, etc. Devotees have realized that to please you, they should expand their service. Our communication team in Delhi is working with the government to release a silver coin in your honor. And there is a good possibility that the government will sponsor cultural programs all over India to glorify your divine self. In Delhi, we are planning a big auditorium program in which either the Prime Minister or the President will be the chief guest. We are also planning a big auditorium program. The Prime Minister or the President will be the chief guest. We are also planning a big auditorium program in every state capital of India in which we will have governor or the chief minister as the chief guest. Unfortunately, The COVID-19 crisis, which appeared to be under control last November here in India, has now resurfaced. A new, more dangerous variant of the virus has started spreading quickly, and thousands have died or become seriously ill. As a result, state governments of India have imposed lockdowns and prohibited gatherings of more than 50 people. The pandemic appears to be the result of expanding sinful activities. Many companies are now making vaccinations to help control the epidemic. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna reminds us that no one can escape birth, disease, old age, and death. Most people think that the vaccination is the cure of the pandemic, but you told us of the real vaccination. If you keep yourself vaccinated with Krishna consciousness, then Maya has no power to touch you. Initiation Lecture, Los Angeles, 16 July 1969. Necessity is the mother of invention. During the period when the temples were closed, devotees discovered online preaching as positive alternative. This online preaching has given devotees more opportunities to preach. Today, there are many online programs going on in almost all the temples and in devotees' homes. In fact, the preaching is constantly expanding all over the world. Your books continue to guide humanity. You stated that books will one day be the world's law book. You also stated that everything we need to know is in your books. We should have complete faith in this instruction. To understand your books, we need to read them again and again. Srila Prabhupada, you are the real motivating force in the preaching effort of ISKCON. History will recognize you as the savior of humanity. In your purport of Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adila 7164, you clearly state the importance of book distribution and temple construction. For preaching, constructions of temple is necessary. The 6 Goswamis not only engaged in writing books, but also constructed temples because both are needed for preaching work. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted the cult of his Sankirtan movement to spread all over the world. Now that the International Society for Krishna Consciousness has taken up this task of preaching the cult of Lord Chaitanya, its members should not only construct temples in every town and village of the globe, but also distribute the books that have already been written and further increase the number of books. Both distribution of books and construction of temples must continue side by side in parallel lines. Srila Prabhupada, you were very kindly engaged me both in your BBT work, book production and distribution, and temple construction. At present, due to your causeless mercy, in North India alone, we have 7 temples under construction. We are trying hard to complete 3 of them so we can offer them to you on your Vyasa Puja day, the 125th anniversary of your appearance. You visited Kurukshetra in 1975. You liked the location of Jyotisar, where the Gita was spoken, and expressed your desire to have a Krishna Arjuna temple there. By the efforts of many dedicated devotees, the Kurukshetra temple is almost completed. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for giving me the facility to serve you. I pray for your causeless mercy so I may be able to continue to serve you in your glorious ISKCON movement. Your fallen servant, Gopal Krishna Goswami. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki!
Jai, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta, Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. You need some time, right? Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimadi Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamini. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvashesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarini. Om Agyana Timirandasya Jananjana Salakaya Chakshuru Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Hare Krishna, dearest grandfather, dearest Srila Prabhupada. I'm not prepared for giving any offerings today. However, Prabhupada, we have been doing some menial service and doing online preaching. And when I'm doing this online preaching, my realization is how much dear that you are in Srila Prabhupada. Your divinity increased to my understanding in millions and millions of folds, because I understood the depth of Bhagavad Gita and the purpose that you have given to clearly illustrate to us the teachings of Lord Krishna. I was reading I was listening to one class, and very interestingly, it was pointed out that when Krishna was born on Krishna Janmashtami, the following day, which is Nandotswa, Nanda Maharaj saw Nanda Maharaj gave away lots and lots and lots of charity gifts to Brahmins because of the birth of his son Krishna. And he gave charity in terms of jewels, he gave charity in terms of cows, in terms of grains, in terms of lands. So there was so much of charity that was given by Nanda Maharaj to Krishna because of Krishna's birth. Then Krishna took some time, and Krishna says, I must emulate my father's efforts. I must also give a gift to this world. And Krishna thought and thought and thought and thought for many, many years, 5,000 years in fact. And finally he said that I should give the greatest gift for humankind. I should give the best gift, just like my father. And therefore Krishna, by his causeless mercy, gave us you, Maharaj, Prabhupada. He gave us you to teach us these teachings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for all that you have done. And please bestow the causeless mercy unto all of us so that we will be strong and determined in this Krishna consciousness movement. Hare Krishna. Next, we would like to show a small video on book distribution. Hare Krishna.
सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज।
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
I have come to a country by aeroplane not to see your country. I have come for Krishna's business, to see if I can induce you to Krishna consciousness. We have no means to advertise very much, but our advertisement is the Sankirtan movement. We go from city to city, street to street, to invoke the spiritual consciousness of man. There is already there.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Personal qualification, but I simply tried to satisfy my Guru. That's all. My Guru Maharaj asked me that if you get some money to print books, that's what I'm stressing on this point. Where is book? Where is book? Where is book? So kindly help me. This is my request.
It is simply awake. This spiritual consciousness, Krishna consciousness, is already there in everybody. Otherwise, how these European, American, other foreign country boys and girls they are taking? It is already there. Simply it has to be awakened by this transcendental vibration. The transcendental vibration, just like we are chanting, this is one vibration. And these books are bigger vibrations. This when we chant Hare Krishna mantra, a few words, people can hear, here is Hare Krishna. But my Guru Maharaj used to say that this is Brihat Mridanga. Mridanga, that drum you have seen. That is small Mridanga. If I beat on this drum, maybe a few words people can hear from few words. But this is, the books are distributed. It can go from country to country, from continent to continent. Actually, it is so happening. So our only appeal is that all booksellers, all publishers may come forward and cooperate with us and distribute the transcendental literature. It is unique thought. They will find something sublime and will be benefited.
Srila Prabhupada Transcendental Book Distribution is one of the most foremost activities of the Hare Krishna movement. The purports in these books, written by Srila Prabhupada, are his supreme expression of compassion on the fallen conditioned souls. One example is of my father. Because of the mercy of some devotees, some book distributor, he got some books of Srila Prabhupada. Even before he came in touch with any temple, he studied Srimad Bhagavatam and was convinced by the philosophy of Krishna consciousness.
These books are not just words, they are the love and compassion of Srila Prabhupada. They are his blood and sweat, his years of sleepless nights, his hard work in following the instruction of his spiritual master, an order he held so dear to his heart. Srila Prabhupada invested so much energy into writing these books, and the least we can do is to read them and to distribute them, to give it to the world, to let them experience the beauty and the love that exists in these pages.
Srila Prabhupada built a house in which the whole world can live.
At this year's Ratha Yatra of Lord Jagannath, I saw this life coming through my daughter. Seeing other book distributors, she took a Bhagavad Gita, raised it high above her head so people can see the book, and started approaching them. She was determined, convinced, serious, fearless, fully alive and present. And people reacted to this. They took the books. I reacted to this. I reacted to this life coming through. How fortunate I am to have received this gift of Srila Prabhupada.
It has taught a businessman the real business of life, because we think that business means only trade. But Srila Prabhupada has taught us the real business of mankind, of humanity. Through his books, I have not only learned spirituality, but also how to balance life. He has taught us to be the perfect father, to be the perfect husband, to be the perfect son. Srila Prabhupada for me has been like a father, that father who is an ever well-wisher of his child. Had it not been for his books, I really do not know what my life would be. Once again, I would repeat, the real meaning of business has been taught to me by Srila Prabhupada, because the real business of our human life is to understand where we come from and where is our journey from where we are.
Jai, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Next to read the offerings of His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Vinasha Nrsimha Maharaj, we would like to invite His Grace Sri Bhavanath Das Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Swamin Bhaktivedanta Nrsimha Maharaj iti namine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamin iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Sunnavadi Paschachade Satarini. Hare Krishna. This is tribute from Tridandi Bishku Bhaktivedanta Nrsimha Swami Maharaj is my spiritual master. My dear spiritual father, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to the Sankirtana mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, whose banner you raised around the planet by so doing gave the world the opportunity to participate in the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. This is my 50th year in your service. You mercifully accepted me as a disciple during your visit to London in 1971. I do not have colorful track record over these years. I had my problems from time to time, but somehow I managed to hold on to your lotus feet, and I have kept myself alive in Krishna consciousness. I am not a big devotee or leader. I am just an insignificant servant of your divine grace, who understood the importance of your mission. We often heard you say that we should want to do something useful with our life. We have had many births in the material world, and we were never happy or satisfied. When I heard these words from your Lord's mouth, They entered my dirty heart, and I was inspired to commit myself to the service of the divine Krishna consciousness movement. I know that in the future there will be many more devotees, and they will all want to distribute the holy name and teach the path of bhakti. Lord Chaitanya has predicted that the chanting of the holy names would be heard everywhere. If we do not go to the remote corners of the world, then in the future, others will go and they will get the credit. We want to see that you, Srila Prabhupada, get the credit for bringing the Mahamantra to every town and village in this planet. Your divine grace was kind enough to spend 10 days in Geneva, Switzerland. The temple president was your capable disciple, American-born Guru Gauranga Das, and he had arranged a full schedule of lectures and meeting with dignitaries. After a few, the management changed, and it was decided to relocate the temple to Zurich. Your divine grace was sorry to hear that this, as you considered Geneva to be an important city and worthy of the Krishna consciousness centers. A few years ago, a youth South Indian lady moved to Geneva with the family, and she took up the task of reintroducing Krishna consciousness to the Temple of Geneva. Every week, by means of the internet, I joined her in the study of Bhagavad Gita with a group of devotees. Having a sannyasi's presence encouraged the disciples. Other outreach programs such as festivals, park program, children's classes, and cooking classes are also arranged successfully. Gradually, we hope to revive the presence of ISKCON in Geneva. Your divine grace visited Moscow and understood that the disciple of Russia as being receptive to the Krishna consciousness philosophy. As a small service every year, I spend 1 month traveling around far eastern Russia. Last year, we opened a new center with a restaurant located in one of the most remote regions of Russia, Kamchatka. This region is acceptable only by air, but still has a population of over 100,000 people. Our center that is further proof that the mercy of Lord Chaitanya is being distributed to every town and village. In northern China, just last night, one of our elderly devotees left her body, and just as she departed, a group of 4 devotees arrived there to perform kirtana for the passing soul, and as well as some last rites before the cremation. Lord Chaitanya's mercy is unlimited, and it has reached the most remote and isolated region of the world. When you approach your spiritual master at the first meeting, you argued that India should first get independence. But your spiritual master pointed out that the message of Sri Chaitanya cannot wait for some political adjustment. In the same mood, we are continuing to go everywhere and distribute the message of Krishna consciousness. On this auspicious day, we thank your spiritual Srila Prabhupada for kindly bestowing your mercy on the world. May I always be engaged in service as a practical of Das as at your lotus feet. Forever your servant of the servant, Tridandi, Bhikshu Bhakti Viknavanasa Narasingha Swami Maharaj Ki Jai.
Jai, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. So finally, we'll have one last offering by our cook, His Grace Sumadur Krishna Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nami Namaste Shashwati Gauravani Pacharani Vishnavadi Pachato Deshatani. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki. I can speak Bengali. Srila Prabhupada একটাই উপদেশ দিয়েছে সবাইকে, একনিষ্ঠভাবে গুরু গৌরাঙ্গের সেবা করার জন্য এবং ভগবানের সেবা করার জন্য, এবং বেশি করে প্রভুপাদের গ্রন্থ বিতরণ করার জন্য, এবং ভক্ত যেমন সবাই একসাথে মিলেমিশে সেবা করে। This Prabhupada told me, everybody do seva together, and books distribution, everybody go to Sankirtan, and everyone must do properly service for Krishna. Don't do any mistake. Any devotee do any mistake, any Vaishnava aparadh, few seconds must forget to this your heart pain. But you keeping to heart pain, you cannot Vaishnava. You all cannot Vaishnava. Vaishnava means Prabhupada say, you all how doing to fighting also, everything also, must few seconds you forget. Again, your God brother must hug and do seva. You all keeping to heart inside, heart pain, this one say, this one slow going to dirty. And dirty, you cannot go to back to Godhead. This one Prabhupada say, must everybody do seva nicely and doing to for Krishna seva. Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki.
So thank you very much. So next we are going to have Pushpanjali. So Hare Krishna. So we would like to humbly invite His Grace Govinda Gaura Prabhu to read out the pranams for Prabhupada for the offerings. So devotees at home, if you want to offer flowers, please join us. Please read the pranams and please offer flowers to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshuran Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Tadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuda Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Sri Rupam Sakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vidam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahidam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Sri Visakan Svidamsha Nama Om Vishnupadaya
Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pachatya Desatarine Namaom Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Iti Namine Sri Varshabhanavi Devi Daitaya Krirbadaye Krishna Sambandha Vinyana Dayine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryojvala Pramadya Sri Rupanuga Bhaktida Sri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namastude Namaste Gauravani Sri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virudapa Siddhanta Dvanta Harine Namao Gaura Kishoraya Sakshat Vairagya Murtaye Vipralamba Rasambode Padambujaya Te Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Sachidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virbhava Bhumestvam Nirdesta Sajjana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhoma Sri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Vanchakalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratuse Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishna Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhaktavadaram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Saktikam He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesa Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastude Jayatam Sratau Pangor Mama Manda Matergati Matsarvasva Padambojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyat Vrindaranya Kalpadrumada Srimat Ratnagara Simhasanasto Srimat Radha Srila Govinda Devo Prastalebi Sevyamano Smarami Sriman Rasa Rasarambi Vamsavata Tatastita Karshan Venuswainer Gopir Gopinata Sriestuna Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानो सुदे देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिन् इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे ऐसा पुष्पांजलि। नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिन् इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे ऐसा पुष्पांजलि। नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिन् इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे ऐसा पुष्पांजलि।
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Samsaradava Nalalila Loka Pranayakara Ganaganata Sara Ganaganata Samsaradava Nalalila Loka Pranayakara Ganaganata Praptasya Kalyana Gunanavasha Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda. Mahaprabhu ke Tananitya Gita Varitramadyan Manasarasena. Romanchagam Sutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Sri Sharanaravinda. Mancha Sivigrahara Tananityanana Sringaratan Mandiramaljanano. Yukta Shabakam Saniyatopi Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda. Yukta Shabakam Chaturvijati Bhagavad Prasado Swadanya Tritan Hari Bhakta Shanga. Akritvaiva triptin bhajata sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Sharanaravinda. Siradigama Davayorapara Madhurya Leela Gunarupanamna. Akatishaya Swam Tanaluluparasha Vande Guru Shri Sharanaravinda. Kisha Nikunjayuna Radhike Rishidai Yaya Liberio Tirapeshaniya. Nikunja Atatradidasha Divalavasha Vande Guru Sri Sharanaravinda. Atatradidasha Ashakshadaritena samamata sasre Yukta Shathabhava Ita Eva Sadi Vitena Akintu Prabhuya Priyaiva Tasha Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Tu Prabhuya Ayasya Prasada Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasada Nagati Kutopi Adayam Svam Sasya Yasya Sri Sanya Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Sri Samsaradhavana Lalila Loka Pranaya Karunya Gana Gana Swam Saran Prapta Shakalyana Dhunana Vasha Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namah Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pashatak Dishatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadada Shivashadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Sri Krishna Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadha Shivashadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadada Shivashadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.